Good evening. This is the Board of Education meeting being held on, what is the date today? Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. We're calling the meeting to order at 5:02 PM. If we can please call the roll.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Here.
Mrs. Assett?
Here.
Mrs. Gaforio? Here. Mr. Collins? Dr. Henry? Mrs. Hosler?
Here.
Mrs. Troutman?
Here. We have 6 board members present, 1 absent. Can we have a motion to go into closed session?
I move that the Board of Education move into closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1. Collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. 5 ILCS 122C2, the placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students. 5 ILCS 122C10, discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06, 5 ILCS 122C21.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Troutman, second by Ms. Caforio. Can we please call the vote?
Ms. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Gaforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Assett?
Yes.
Dr. Henry? Mrs. Hosler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes, 6 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent. Motion passes. The board will now move into closed session. Thank you and welcome to the Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. The board has been in closed session for items listed on this agenda since 5 p.m. I apologize for our delay. I'm really sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you for paying attention. Hi, guys. Nice to see you. All right, so we have 7 board members present and 0 absent. At this time, I ask that we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we're going to start out our evening tonight with our spotlight and recognition. Item A is the Far West Suburbs Regional Teacher of the Year Award, Michelle Oberlin. I will turn it over to Dr. Rubenstein.
Exactly. You can bring whoever you would like to. He might come on. All right, that's fine. Yep. Just right there. Yes, exactly. Good evening, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Campbell, and everybody else here tonight to celebrate Michelle Oberlin, who has been named as the Far West Suburban Regional Teacher of the Year by the Illinois State Board of Education. Really great. I have the privilege of speaking on behalf of Dr. Susan Condrat, Principal of Madison Early Childhood Center, who's away from the district today, but just as excited as we are to celebrate this incredible achievement. This past fall, Michelle was nominated for this prestigious award in recognition of her outstanding work with our youngest learners in the district. Many in our community, as you can see, already know her because of the lasting impact she has had on their children. Michelle is truly an exceptional educator who exemplifies what it means to live with passion and purpose in our district. I'd like to share a few words from her nomination. Michelle transforms a child's first school experience into something magical. One parent shared how their child not only learned letters and numbers, but developed a love for learning, a sense of confidence, and a belief that school is a safe place, and very exciting too. What sets Michelle apart is not just her ability to meet each child where they are, celebrating every single one of their strengths and supporting them through their challenges, but also her deep compassion for her students and all of their families, as you can see. She creates an environment of support, kindness, and encouragement where every child feels valued. But Michelle goes beyond the academics. She empowers her students. She instills responsibility and helps them to regulate their emotions through yoga, and even turns their fears into curiosity, like when she taught her students not to be afraid of cicadas. A worthwhile lesson. Michelle is genuine, hardworking, and pours her heart into her students every single day. We are so fortunate to have educators like her in District 205, teachers and educational support staff who don't just teach, but inspire, uplift, and make a lasting difference in the lives of their students. From this nomination, Michelle is now a finalist for the 2025 Illinois State Teacher of the Year Award. Michelle will be recognized in the coming months at the ISB Those Who Excel Awards. And so on behalf of Dr. Susan Condrat and every member of our District 205 team, we congratulate Michelle on this incredible achievement. Michelle, your passion and dedication are truly remarkable, and we are so grateful for the impact you have on each and every one of us every single day. And for a few further words, I'm going to turn it over to Board of Education member Mrs. Kelly Assef, who's going to read a formal proclamation. Thank you.
Hi. Con- Congratulations. I'm going to read the Board of Education proclamation. Whereas Michelle Oberlin of Madison Early Childhood Education Center has been named the Far West Suburbs Regional Teacher of the Year by the Illinois State Board of Education, a prestigious recognition that celebrates her dedication, innovation, and profound impact on early childhood education. And throughout her career, Ms. Oberlin has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to fostering an engaging, inclusive, and supportive learning environment where young learners develop confidence, curiosity, and a strong foundation for future success. And whereas her work in early childhood education emphasizes hands-on, play-based learning, social emotional development, and individualized instruction to meet the unique needs of every student, ensuring that all children feel valued and encouraged in their academic journey. And Ms. Oberlin's influence extends beyond the classroom as she collaborates with colleagues, families, and the broader school community to create a nurturing and enriching early learning experience at Madison Early Childhood Education Center. And whereas her passion, leadership, and commitment to student growth have earned her the admiration of students, families, and fellow educators, exemplifying the highest standards of excellence in education. And whereas Michelle Oberlin is one of 13 distinguished educators across Illinois selected as a finalist for the 2025 Illinois Teacher of the Year, the state's highest honor for classroom teachers, bringing great distinction to Madison Early Childhood Education Center, Elmhurst District 205, and the entire Elmhurst community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 proudly commend Michelle Oberlin for her outstanding achievements in early childhood education and congratulate her on this well-deserved recognition. Congratulations.
No. Stop. All right, we're gonna get ready to go. Bye-bye.
Michelle, just really quick, if I could just, really quick. I do have to let you all know, you have created the most fun board meeting we've had all year. And I just wanted to give a last thank you to Michelle for her achievement and wish her luck in the next phase. But most importantly, look at the impact you've had on our community. It is so profound, and we thank you. We cannot thank you enough for your commitment and your loyalty and your leadership in our district. Thank you so much for all you do every day. Okay, I see Mr. Reardon back there trying to make his way forward. There he is. Give us another minute and you got this.
Good thing that's an easy act to follow, so thank you.
Yeah. So we now next have Hawthorne Elementary School Spotlight. I'll turn it over to Tim.
All right, I'll give it one more second. Hello, everybody. My name is Tim Reardon. This is actually my 8th year of being principal at Hawthorne Elementary School. I'm very excited to be here tonight on behalf of the staff. I'm here tonight to highlight one of our high-quality instructional resources that the board has purchased for us, so thank you very much. Of course, we appreciate it, Inquire Ed. Inquire Ed is an inquiry-based social studies curriculum that is fully aligned to the Illinois Learning Standards for Social Sciences. This is an inquiry-based curriculum. The students begin the unit by developing an inquiry question, and then they research it, and then they end the unit with something called an informed action project. So I'm going to ask you now to turn to your screen where you can see our project from Ms. Meyer and her first graders.
Hi, my name is Sarah Meyer, and I'm a first grade teacher at Hawthorne Elementary School. This year, the first grade team is in our second year of implementation of the Inquire Ed Social Studies curriculum. This curriculum strives to engage students in inquiry-based activities while encouraging them to ask questions, evaluate evidence, and take action. This past trimester, we were given an inquiry question. How can we bring families together to form stronger communities? To explore this question, we read stories, learned and shared about our own families, discussed what makes families similar and different, shared traditions, and discussed what diversity can bring to our community. After our exploration was completed, we decided how we were going to take action as a class by creating our inquiry statement. We will create a cookbook to inspire our community to celebrate diverse cultures. After establishing what makes a great recipe, the students took matters into their own hands with their families to pick a recipe that was special to them. This looked like choosing a recipe passed down through generations, a recipe made on special occasions, or simply a family favorite. After all of the students worked with their families to send in a recipe, we compiled them into 4 different cookbooks, one per class. Currently, the cookbook resides in several places. The families in all of our classes were emailed out digital copies of the book, and a student even took it upon herself to create a copy at home using the makerspace at the Elmhurst Public Library. A copy of each cookbook is upstairs in the Hawthorne Library available for checkout. Lastly, these cookbooks will be held in the Elmhurst Historical Museum as a relic to show how our community worked together to grow stronger. I am going to now pass it along to a few of our students to talk about their contributions to our cookbook.
My mom used to make it, my mom's grandma used to make it for her and her sisters, and she would make it for my mom for Christmas, and then she gave it to her neighbors, and her neighbors thought it was really good. And then they went over to the mayor's house, the White House, and then the mayor said, "Oh, this is good bread." And then it was voted the town's pizza bread.
My grandma makes these delicious chocolate chip cookies. These chocolate chip cookies are very good, everybody. Some people would like them. Lots of people would like them. And my grandma sends it to sometimes. And she puts it with books and clothes, new clothes, and candy from the Mommy Valley candy store. I turned the bars into Wonka bars, and my grandma is very special, and my grandpa too.
My mom makes spaghetti with sausage and tomatoes in it. It's special it's delicious, and I think some people will like it because one of the reasons was because I like it because I had it since I was like 3 or 2 or 4 or 5 years old, maybe that, and I liked it. Yeah, and my mom still cooks me it today, I think. I have these days at home called fondue nights, and you could dip your bread into a sauce, and the sauce has little bits of meatball. For dessert, we have chocolate fondue. I checked. Pizza fondue is my new favorite food. My family decided to make it when I checked the cookbook out of the library.
They used the cookbook from the recipe from the student on the right, and now that is one of their family's favorite recipes. So, I did. I sure did. So this is actually the second year as an entire school that we have been using in Choir Ed. And so to support the implementation of Choir Ed, one teacher from every grade level participates in a teacher learning community, or TLC. Sorry. Oh, thank you, whoever moved it for me. Thank you. And so the teacher comes here for some professional learning. They take the professional learning back to their grade level PLC, where the PLCs then further their understanding, and with intentional collaboration, we get things like a cookbook. So I just wanted, again, publicly take a moment and say thank you for all the support that you give us and providing us all the resources that we need so we can make exceptional learning opportunities for our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you too, Mr. Reardon, for all the work you do, leading Hawthorne and getting those kids to do things like this, make funny statements, but most importantly, experience and open their exposure up to different families, cultures, customs. Appreciate all your work that you do. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Bye.
Have a great day. Night. It's already night. Okay. Item 5, we move to public comments. Okay. The public comment section of the board meeting provides an opportunity for community members to share information and perspectives with the Board of Education. And while the board does not respond during public comments, we are listening and thoughtfully considering the messages being shared. Each of us have high expectations for our community and ask that public comments are respectful and do not mention any individuals by name. The way in which we publicly engage when sharing differing perspectives is an opportunity to model healthy and respectful discourse for our students and greater community while creating an environment of collaboration and partnership. There will be up to 30 minutes allocated for public comments, with up to 3 minutes per public comment speaker concerning items on this agenda. Board Secretary will give a reminder when you have 30 seconds left.
Karen Cullen Meyer. Okay. Yep, I think
They're
check to
just
make sure
checking
she
to
didn't
make sure
step
she's not.
out.
Yep. Nope. Okay. You think we can move on? Okay, we'll move on. Item number 6, the approval of board meeting minutes. Are there any changes to the minutes from our regular board meeting minutes from January 14th and the approval of special board meeting minutes from January 16th, 2025? Are there any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, no changes. Those meeting minutes stand as presented. And the approval of closed session minutes from January 14th, 2025, those meeting minutes will stand as presented. We'll move on to item number 7 on our agenda, which is reports and presentations. We have a report called Monitoring Progress and Taking Action, Instructional Material Selection for Adoption and Winter Assessment Results. Who am I turning it over to for this one?
Thank you. We're going to actually ask Dr. Jacob Wirtz to come and join me because we'll be presenting together. And hopefully we can see everybody. Kevin and Joe are going to move back just a little bit. We've been working on it, but they need a reminder. So, but I will hand it over to Dr. Wirtz to lead us through the data analysis and review, and then I will take it from there to talk a little bit about the action we've been taking based on the data review.
Thank you, Katie. Just to give a brief overview of tonight's presentation, I'm going to begin with some data highlights from a recent national report called the Education Recovery Scorecard. Is this picking up? The Education Recovery Scorecard is a national report of data from states across the country tracking recovery from the COVID pandemic. That's a recent report that was just recently released this month, but we're covering it tonight because it's newly reported data, but data from previous years. Then we'll move into current year data, starting with attendance data, talking about the data that we have so far this year and the actions we've taken to address attendance. Then we'll be moving into K-12 academic data, reviewing 3 areas of student assessment, NWEA MAP, our assessments for multilingual learners, and the ACT suite. And then I'll hand it back over to Katie to talk about how we are taking action in response to the data we're seeing. So to begin, I'm excited to highlight this recent national report on grades 3 through 8, which included data on our students' academic progress, called the Education Recovery Scorecard. As Dr. Campbell shared this fall in her State of the District address, ELA and math proficiency rates on IAR have climbed to their highest levels ever recorded in our district in 2024. This new research about academic outcomes for students in grades 3 through 8 from researchers at Harvard and Stanford universities helps our community to understand the improvement in a national context. As you know, Illinois and all other states have independent standards for proficiency in math and reading in grades 3 through 8. The independence limits the ability of researchers historically to make comparisons between states using state assessments data like IAR. In brief, what this research team from Harvard and Stanford has done is to use the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP results, to create a common scale to compare academic achievement across states. The scale uses a term called the grade level equivalency, in which one unit on the scale is aligned to the amount of progress students typically make in a year as measured on NAEP prior to the COVID pandemic. So the NAEP results came out earlier this month and were reported on, and one headline you may have already seen in national news is that no state has returned to its pre-pandemic or 2019 average achievement levels in both ELA and math in grades 3 through 8. And on average, students across the country are half a grade level behind in both math and reading. What these researchers did is apply NAEP to districts, and so we see the maps shown for ELA and math of individual school districts around the country. And as you can see, most are shaded blue, indicating that their average performance on each of those content areas is lower than it was in the 2019 US average. The researchers highlighted that just 106 districts across the country have demonstrated higher achievement levels in 2024 than had been demonstrated in 2019. And I'm proud to share with you tonight that Elmhurst District 205 was one of those 106 school districts. Taking a look, zooming in, this is on the researchers' public website, the Education Recovery Scorecard, where the public can access it and analyze individual, look at the individual school data. And we can see Elmhurst highlighted there, where our math scores are 0.7 of a grade level above our own average in Elmhurst in 2019. Of course, in 2019, Elmhurst students were already scoring well above national averages, and so that additional boost that we've had with our strong recovery from the COVID pandemic means that our students are now 2.5, nearly 2.4 grade levels above the 2019 national average. Similarly, in ELA, we see incredible growth that our students are now 2.5 grade levels or 2.4 grade levels above the 2019 national average. And our students have grown even more in ELA than in math, with students now 1.1 grade levels above our own district average prior to the pandemic. So just to review again, this is some data that is basically taking our 2024 IAR data, which we've already shared, but a new way of looking at it that contextualizes it nationally and recognizes us as one of 100 school districts across the country that is exceeding pre-pandemic norms in both ELA and math. With that said, I'm now going to turn to some current year data, starting with attendance. So this chart shows our chronic absenteeism rates in blue for our current year and in green for last year as a point of comparison. And as you can see across elementary, middle, and high schools, we have continued improvement in our reduction of chronic absenteeism rates across all three of our grade spans. And just to emphasize this point even further, last year we had marked a 7.5% reduction district-wide in chronic absenteeism from 2023. So this is continuing a very promising trend in reducing chronic absenteeism within our district. Of course, there's more work to be done. We would certainly like to see those blue bars go even lower by the end of the year. And so we are closely monitoring attendance patterns for different groups of students. We're also identifying patterns of absenteeism to focus efforts where they're needed most. And we're proactively engaging our community, families, and students to understand the importance of coming to school each day. Shifting now to academic growth from our K through 8 NWEA MAP assessments. As a reminder, we use MAP for a number of purposes. The students in grades K through 8 take this assessment 3 times a year, fall, winter, and spring, in all grades K through 8. Individual teachers are looking at the MAP assessment results for their students to help identify gaps in students' knowledge and skills. School leaders are looking at it to identify opportunities to step in and work together with a teacher or an instructional coach to elevate instruction and its alignment to grade level standards. And we use NWEA MAP for our purposes tonight, which is for district level monitoring of our student progress. We look at it as a district level in 2 ways that are important to note before I move on to the data on the next slide. First is the set of national norms that NWEA established in their 2020 linking study, their 2020 national norming study, which established percentiles for the scores that students receive at each of these times in the year at each grade level and norms for growth. Additionally, we have local growth norms that we work with ECRIS to create, which are based on a number of measures of students' prior achievement, as well as local growth norms. So as you'll see here in this table, we have the NWEA MAP national norm data presented in the dark columns on the left. And I want to draw your attention, there's a lot of information here, just to that top row with our all grades, which is summarizing all of the information that you see beneath it. And we see in purple that in reading, across all grades, our students scored at the 74th percentile nationally on average in the winter as well as in the fall. So that consistency across fall and winter growth equates to, is part of why we see that our fall-winter growth percentile, shown in green, is around the median, just above the median at the 53rd percentile. And in terms of our local growth norms, we see that across all grade levels, students were making expected growth. In addition to looking at the data across grade levels, we also monitor growth and achievement for targeted demographic groups, which you see presented here. In reading, these targeted groups each demonstrated growth in line with our local norms and near the national median for all students in our district as well as nationwide. So we're really pleased that students in these targeted groups are continuing to make expected growth in line with the growth of all students nationally. Turning next to the results in math, I want to again focus your attention on the top row of data, which shows the average for all students rising from the 71st percentile in the fall to the 76th percentile this winter. Translating that into the growth measure, we see that students across our district K through 8 in math grew more than 67% of their academic peers nationally. Again, we see across all grade levels, the fall and winter growth indicators for our local norms are as expected growth. However, the growth measures in 7th grade are of a concern. Before touching on that, I want to also note that we have a new math curriculum implemented this year for our middle school, illustrative math. And we're pleased to see on the national measures that we had substantial growth in both in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. That local growth norm for 7th grade indicates that this cohort of students, based on their previous scores and our local growth norms, made less growth than we expected. Based on our local norms, and we are working closely with 7th grade middle school teams to identify exactly what's going on in terms of instruction and its alignment to grade level standards. When we turn then to look at the scores for targeted demographic groups in mathematics, we see that as in reading, the growth in math for these target groups is in line with our local norms. And moreover, for this group in the green column, you'll see that their growth percentiles are well above average in the national comparison. So we're very pleased to see that students in these targeted demographic groups within D205 are actually growing at a higher rate than their peers nationally. Moving on from MAP, next I want to briefly highlight some improvements we're making to data use practices pertaining to multilingual language learners in D205. There are two assessments primarily that we pay close attention to when it comes to how we're serving language acquisition among our English language learners. That's loss links and access for ELLs. As the chart in the left indicates, this comes from Illinois Report Card, the ELL population in D205 has steadily increased over the past several years. So in response to this trend, we're paying more careful attention to the progress of our EL population, in particular the progress in their English language acquisition. English language acquisition is assessed using a measure that's mandated by the state called Access for ELLs, used in many other states as well. And Access for ELLs is an assessment that all ELL students complete essentially late each winter. The window for completing it actually closes next week. So our students are currently completing that assessment this year. This is data shown in the center from last year, which summarizes the progress to proficiency that students are making as measured by that assessment. So as students take that assessment each year, they are evaluated as a growth measure in terms of how much progress they're making. And those measures are used individually within our schools to to work with individual students and ensure they're getting the proper supports they need to make progress towards English language proficiency. We also summarize them and are evaluating them and analyzing them at the district level. And we see a pattern here, as this is reported on Illinois Report Card for schools with a substantial population of English language learners. They get a score out of 5 points that is goes into the summative designation on Illinois Report Card and is reported as these numbers that you see here out of 5 possible points. And so the trend indicates that we have greater progress to proficiency being made in our elementary schools than we do in our middle and high schools. And with that information in mind, sort of leads me into talking about lost links, which is our third assessment, or sorry, our second assessment in the third column, reflecting on our multilingual language learner population. Lost links is an assessment that we provide to all students in the dual language program. I bring it up because we have a dual language program fully built out in K-5 in our elementary school level, serving a large number of English language learners. And we use lost links as an additional assessment of both Spanish and English language proficiency development. Historically, in D205, we provided that assessment in the fall. A challenge with that data use practice that we came to understand as we analyzed the work that we were doing to elevate EL instruction and services is that providing the assessment in the fall with the lag time it takes to complete scoring of the assessment, teachers are lacking information or this piece of information around students' language skills at the beginning of the school year. And so this year we've made the move to institute providing lost links assessments to students in the dual language program in the spring so that we'll have a timely measure of students' language proficiency in both English and Spanish at the start of the school year to guide instructional planning for teachers who are serving those students in the dual language program. So that's just one shift that we made and hopefully a little bit of insight for you on how we align the data and the work that we're doing to analyze data with instructional practices to meet a targeted need within the school district. And finally, I'm going to move on to talking about our pre-ACT data. The pre-ACT is an assessment that we instituted for the first year. All York students were asked to take this assessment in October. And I'm going to talk about several other reasons why we introduced the pre-ACT this year for York 11th graders. Broadly, this is part of our efforts to prepare for the ACT, which is, as you know, the state's new assessment for high school proficiency in English, math, as well as in science. So we wanted to provide students with an opportunity to develop their familiarity with the ACT test, the content and format of that assessment, as it is distinct from SAT. Secondly, providing this assessment in October enabled us to identify students who would benefit from more targeted support aligned to ACT, such as test preparation courses, which Katie is going to speak more to in a moment. And finally, the third reason why we wanted to provide this assessment back in the fall is because ACT has its own set of benchmarks for college and career readiness, and pre-ACT has a set of benchmarks that are aligned to those. So by providing this test, we have more data to inform our projections about the scores that we anticipate students receiving this spring. Approximately 91% of students in 11th grade at York completed the pre-ACT October, and on the next slide, we'll take a look at their results. So the first column, shown on the left here, indicates the student's average pre-ACT score for each of the 4 sections that are on the assessment. The pre-ACT is similar to the ACT in that the ACT also has these same 4 sections. The pre-ACT is shorter in length, it's slightly abbreviated, and also omits a writing section, which is optional on the ACT college admissions exam, is required as part of the ISB college, as part of the ISB state assessment. So all students will be taking that writing section this spring, and we anticipate that that writing score will be incorporated into the overall ELA score that shows up in our Illinois report card and in other places as a measure of our ELA proficiency. So that's kind of an overview of the similarities and minor differences between this assessment and ACT. One final point, as you look at those pre-ACT average scores, is that the high score on the pre-ACT is a 35, 1 point lower than the 36 possible points on ACT. So all of our students, including the several we had who scored a 35, have room for improvement. So hopefully that gives you a rundown of where our average scores are. Now I want to talk about how this relates to the projections we've made. We used ECRIS in the summer to make projections for ACT scores based on our local norms and the spring 2023 PSAT data. So, and based on those projections, I'm just going to talk briefly now about the comparison between where we are as assessed this fall and what was projected. So combining the reading and English scores, which will combine to form part of that ELA score, we see that 71.5% of our 11th graders met the pre-ACT benchmark for reading. And that actually surpassed what was projected in ECRIS by 14.5%. In math, 63% of our 11th graders met the pre-ACT benchmark, which surpassed our ECRIS projection by 19%. So a lot of, we're excited by that performance. It's a new test. We're still coming to understand exactly what that means. The final piece is in that fourth column around the national percentiles that these pre-ACT average scores relate to. So pre-ACT, the ACT organization, which publishes the pre-ACT, has released a pre-ACT norming study, similar in concept to the national norms that we talked about a moment ago with NWEA MAP, comparing students' performance in spring of 11th grade on the pre-ACT to 11th graders who took the pre-ACT in the fall of 11th grade. And we see that the range was from the 69th to the 74th percentile for scores. So that is where our students were on the pre-ACT taken in October. And with that covered, I'm happy to turn it back over to Katie Lyons for more information about the work we have underway to promote student success, using this data, responding to this data, and preparing for future assessments. Sorry, thank you.
He's going to keep the clicker because he has a cold.
Thank you for bearing with me on that.
Just want to have him keep that. All right, we're going to briefly talk about the action that we have been taking already this year, as well as highlight what we're forecasting in terms of action that we're going to take leading into next year. So we spoke about this at our committee of the whole meeting, but I wanted to bring our attention back to how we've already been taking action on the pre-ACT data that Dr. Wirtz just walked us through. So the real focus of this slide is talking about intentional analysis and action. And so our district, as well as our York school leaders, have worked really closely to disaggregate the pre-ACT data by courses such as math and English, and by the specific sections within those content area courses, as well as by individual teachers. So the screenshot that you see below of the data helps you kind of get a picture of how deep we are going in terms of the detail around the analysis of the data. And so when you see Algebra 2 with trigonometry, you can see that the average pre-ACT score for students, for the 208 students within that course, is 17.9. There's a blue plus button on the left-hand side. We can actually unfold that umbrella, and we can see each teacher's name and the teachers, or the students that are within the teachers' classrooms that take that course. And you can see that as compared to students within the pre-calculus honors class. We have 113 students there, and we see an average of 26.5. And so this is helpful in terms of us thinking about differentiated learning pathways for the cohorts of kids within those courses, as opposed to thinking about all 91% of our 11th graders as a whole. This has also been really powerful to have a partnership with Academic Approach to really drive our instructional response. York leaders, as well as district leaders and teachers, have been able to integrate opportunities for ACT coursework within their courses, again, tailored to the students that are sitting in front of them within those specific course sections. Also, as you have heard me talk a bit about, but just wanted to briefly highlight again, is the professional learning that York teams have engaged in this year. Starting with our August Institute, York leadership team partnered with ACT to bring in professionals to help us with this transition from SAT that Dr. Wirtz mentioned, and to really understand those high-impact practices as it relates to each component within the ACT. Additionally, we have 112 students currently in our targeted prep course. We targeted the students that were in the range of 20 to 16, so just below meeting the benchmark. And so we're working with these 112 students to, of course, improve their ACT score, but more importantly, to help them master those key skill sets in reading, writing, math, and science. Even within the 112, each of those cohorts of kids are tailored based off of their pre-ACT data from October. And also student participation in these prep courses include 2 full-length ACT tests, which is really helpful of exposure for our students. And then finally, really important in-class curriculum support. I've mentioned this before, that English component of ACT is very different than anything that students would have seen on SAT. That is a usage, mechanics, rhetorical skills. Although our York teachers have exposed students to that within context within the ACT, it does look a bit different. And so we have partnered with Academic Approach to bring in curriculum support within our 10th and 11th grade courses to support students with exposure to that particular component. So that was a bit about what we're doing at the high school level, but across the district, across EC12, Dr. Wirtz leads data collaboratives with school leadership teams of all of our schools that have come together to really collaborate as they analyze the data, to share best practices across schools and within schools, and then to think about how they're going to bring that back to their own individual school based on their individual needs. And so Dr. Wirtz walks us through a protocol where we deeply analyze attendance data, as well as our multilingual data and our academic data to tailor a plan for action back at the school. So these are really rich conversations that our school leaders engage in 3 times a year, and that Carrie and I then follow back up at the school-based level to see how that action is taking place, and to give feedback and continued support. So I'm going to move now to, that was the action that we have been taking, but now I want to forecast a bit of what's next to come as we've identified additional opportunities for improvement and even starting to think about what's next for the school year next year. You've also seen me talk about this slide for several years in a row. These are the 4 steps that we take when we are trying to really identify the root cause that might be getting in the way of all of our students' success. And so we, of course, analyze deeply our student and our teacher data, including observational data, as well as deep analysis of our instructional materials. That's extremely valuable data that we analyze. We, of course, examine that research-based practices and how they align with the materials and practices that we're currently seeing, and where are there opportunities. We engage school and district stakeholders in that process, and ultimately, this is what leads us to identify potentially materials that we need, as well as professional learning. So there's two instructional materials I wanted to highlight tonight to continue us on our journey of improvement. And so last year, as it relates to English language arts for that first section, we adopted Amplify ELA as our curricular resource for English language arts in grades 6 to 8. Amplify ELA only goes up to grade 8. And so for our REACH students that are in grade 8, they are experiencing 9th grade standards as we are an accelerated model. So our 6th grade REACH students experience 7th grade standards. Our 7th grade REACH students experience 8th grade standards. So our 8th grade students in REACH need a resource that can really support them with access to 9th grade standards. And so you'll see our recommendation to the board tonight, and to open it up for 30 days of public viewing the Odell Education High School Literacy Program, in which we would be using 4 units from the 9th grade program. And then you'll also see under social studies, last year we adopted Inquire Ed at grade 6. Inquire Ed is our resource in K-5 as well. It only goes up to grade 6. And so we have been on a journey with our social studies teams to explore resources and materials, and that is what has led us to civics as a recommendation for grades 7 and 8. So I'm going to talk briefly about those 2 resources and then timeline. So this is just a bit more information to highlight about the Odell Education High School Literacy Program. Again, this is for our 8th grade students only and Reach ELA. It is, of course, a research-aligned literacy experience. It integrates reading and writing for our students, focus on compelling topics and texts. There are a variety of classic and contemporary authors that our students will build knowledge of, as well as deepen their literacy skills. And so just to highlight, when the public does go to view the 9th grade curriculum, there are more units of study than the 4 that we are recommending for adoption for next year. So the 4 are photojournalism, Romeo and Juliet, global food production, and the Odyssey. And then as it relates to iCivics, the U.S. History through Inquiry Beginnings to 1877 course provides our 7th and 8th grade students with research-aligned social studies experience that integrate reading and writing with the focus on compelling topics and high-quality texts. You heard Principal Reardon talk about informed action and inquiry. This experience continues for our students as they move into 7th and 8th grade. It is a very similar approach that kids experience in grades K through 6 through Inquire Ed. Just a quick note here, our 6th and 7th graders, current students, have experienced the updated Illinois standards and instructional mandates for social studies. So 6th graders are currently engaging in world history with Inquire Ed. Our 7th graders are currently experiencing U.S. history. This 8th grade cohort, the rising 8th grade cohort for next year, will not have had world history, because we reset last year. So the rising 8th graders will still engage in world history next year from the curriculum units that we've already written in the past. So we are putting forth both grades 7 and 8 iCivics, but we will only be using iCivics in 7th grade next year, and then the following year we would be rolling it into 8th grade, so that we are making sure that all of our cohorts of kids have engaged in 1 year of world history in their 6th to 8th grade experience. And so as it relates to timeline, today I am putting forward the presentation in terms of our forecast of our recommended resources for grade 8 Reach ELA and grade 7 and 8 social studies. We will open up for 30 days the instructional materials available that will be on public display on our website that Ms. Tanya Daniels will be posting right after this presentation so the public can have access to it easily. Everything is digital and easily accessible, so there will be no public materials on display at the district office unless requested. There is a review form that the public can give comment about these 2 materials that we will review and provide an update to you all at the April 26th Board of Education meeting, which again will share the feedback and then we will provide and request approval. So thank you. We will take any questions that you might have about the data as well as any of the action we're taking or forecasting.
Thank you. We'll start with Kelly.
Mine's not about the data. I'm just curious, what are the current 8th graders in social studies receiving? And then will the next 2 years be missing that then, or how will that get incorporated?
So the current 8th graders are engaging in world history. So the rising 8th graders will have that same curricular units of study as well. It's just the rising 7th graders, when they become 8th grade, they have had world history in 6th grade. So we're just resetting it. But yes, our 8th grade teachers will reuse the world history units that they have next year. So they're not necessarily in need of new resources to adopt for the year because the world history units are then in 6th grade. Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
I did have a question about the pre-ACT information, I'm sorry. It just was a thought that occurred to me while you were presenting. And so just a kind of big picture question around, because we had mentioned in the presentation a couple times this idea around what students are exposed to through the curriculum. And so specifically around, that little chart you had up with the math subjects and ACT, pre-ACT, sorry, that one there. Yes, thank you. So are students experiencing the assessed topics in the classroom? Or in other words, have we identified where in the curriculum map are there gaps in the curriculum that are not exposing students to those topics that they're being assessed on?
we are in a transition year, and the state of Illinois is in a transition year. And so the assessment will look different. The ACT will look different next year than it's even going to look this year. And so we are working very closely
So
with,
as far as like topics being covered on the assessment?
there may be adjustments next year to the assessment as well. And so we are staying in very close contact about the structure and what ACT is going to look like as ISB, for the ISB assessed ACT. And so we are currently exploring that, and we are keeping an eye on any updates that ISB keeps us abreast of in terms of what the content's going to look like. It's potentially going to shift in the length of questions, the overall structure. And so, I can better answer that as we become more informed with what the ACT structure is going to look like moving forward, because there are adjustments being made to it. And so definitely, when we are updated on that, that will be shared. A big part of our summer work is to also do more of a crosswalk, with our academic approach partners as well, to do a crosswalk with our illustrative math scope and sequences, and identify any areas where there might be supplemental materials that are needed to better support and bolster support for students on the ACT, while also being mindful of any shifts that might be happening on the ISB ACT for next spring.
Okay, so I get it. The ISB ACT is a version of the regular ACT, right? I understand the ACT has different Form A, B, C, and they give those out different times of the year, right? Generally speaking, kind of the rule of thumb was, for example, one of them would be like Algebra 2 with trig would be kind of the target math class for juniors, right? Because there was knowledge that these high-stakes assessments were working towards that curriculum, right? Like the assessment was based on that curriculum. So the caution, or the kind of what I'm asking about, is really around where and I understand this is new and that's part of the complexity, where the kids have scored in that pre-ACT, not having anything to compare it to, but just seeing the raw scores can be a bit like, I have questions about the curriculum, and even maybe, is it an instructional piece? How do we know students in the classroom every day are understanding or meeting the learning goal on a daily basis as a teacher, right? So I just wanted to understand what
Right, and
that
illustrative math
plan
is a
might be.
new resource
Yes.
this year. And
Yes.
so it was also adopted prior to the shift that ISB has made from SAT to ACT. And so part of the disaggregation of the data is because we're looking really closely at where we may need to spend more time and attention, if that makes
Yes.
sense, as a learning and teaching team. So we use this data and we say, in AP Calc, as a learning and teaching team, we're not going to spend as much time right now doing that crosswalk that you're mentioning, but we know that in Algebra 2 with trigonometry, we do need to.
Right.
And so it helps us prioritize our time alongside also supporting teachers with implementing a new curricular resource. And the ACT, there are some maybe shifts that's even going to happen to the content, not just to the to the ABC versions, but there may be different structures in terms of the questions that we're still exploring and learning from ISB. So there's a bit that is still in transition, and so we are prioritizing our time based on where we see the majority of students either are or are not meeting the benchmarks. And I would say that our partnership with Academic Approach, we've partnered with them in the past when ACT was not in the district, but Carrie and I have had many experiences with working with them, and are deeply thankful for their awareness of ACT. They have shifted just as ACT to SAT and back, and so they have a lot of deep knowledge around where to help cohorts of kids and what they're going to need to meet those benchmarks. But the true crosswalk is still a work that we're developing as it relates to illustrative math and ACT.
Yeah, that parallel is what's most important, and that's exactly what I was getting into. So I'm happy to hear that you have the resources available to do the work moving forward. I just want to, being student-focused and centered, and thinking about how this could potentially impact future opportunities, right? Like, that's enough to dive into the work, which it sounds like you all are doing. So I appreciate that, and thanks for more explanation on it. Anyone else have questions? Kira?
Yeah, so sort of building off the math a little bit, I guess maybe kind of opposite what Athena was asking. For students who are pretty far along in their math, for instance, calculus, BC, and so on, are you, if everyone isn't taking the review course for ACT, are the teachers embedding review questions for the ACT into the math class? Because just speaking of, if you are so many years past some of those concepts, it's not that you can't do them, but you haven't been exposed to them, just as if you are on the other side and you haven't been exposed to them, you don't know how to do them. So I guess I'm just wondering on a practical level, how are the teachers, or are they embedding some, those kinds of questions into the regular curriculum?
Yes, I mean, I think what's really helpful about the intentional analysis of the data is how much teachers are doing that or not within each course and within each group of kids. And so, for example, in AP Calculus, we see that what they're doing is working to support students. I mean, they're at an average of 32.9 as a score. And so obviously still work to do, but like that teacher is going to make a decision to probably not spend as much time embedding course ACT type questions into the curricular resource as Algebra 2 with trigonometry, where we see there is a need to better bolster up skills. And so we're seeing teachers are, and how frequently and the duration depends on that particular cohort of students' percentage of meeting the benchmark or not.
Okay. And then secondly, kind of taking a little bit different turn, but on the ACT, just kind of curious about, we talk a lot about culture and student or learning environment. And I guess I'm just curious kind of what, as a former teacher, as a parent, this one test is not everything, but this test is important. Just like we all have milestones in life, an interview or something that's very important. So what examples, or maybe you can't answer this, and if you can come back, that's fine. Just as an entire high school, how is everyone supporting this day that's coming for kids? So preparing for them to be sitting and giving this much attention to a test for this long. Maybe overcoming anxiety, maybe overcoming sitting in an environment, taking a test on a screen because it's all online now. And just, I guess, kind of, creating, like, what is the whole, is everybody in, that kids understand that this isn't a make or break, but it is an important day. So I guess just, and I don't know who I'm looking at you, but that could be.
That's because you can see me today.
I know, I can see it. So
Joe moved back.
You get all the attention.
Yeah,
So I don't know if that's
we
clear,
can
but
definitely,
just kind of.
yep, we can come back to you more strategically and share, in addition to the 112 kids that are getting 2 experiences with the full practice assessment, we had the pre-ACT where kids did get that formal experience, although the pre-ACT is shorter than the ACT. And then we have proctors, we have counselors who are meeting with kids, but what I'd love to do is get more information from the York team because they are doing this, and I want to make sure I can speak fully to the holistic approach they're taking outside of the prep coursework. But absolutely, and we have a lot of professional learning that we've engaged our counselors in terms of even analyzing the data and having conversations with students. So we can definitely share that back.
And also educating parents on, I think too, and not everybody is going to college, and that is totally okay. But if they are, this can sometimes help with scholarships or, now schools are returning more to looking at scores than they were for a while. So I guess just kind of a holistic approach that we want to support kids to give them the best opportunity to be successful.
Absolutely.
Understanding this is one day, one test.
Yeah.
Isn't everything.
Yeah,
But
we can
important.
definitely pull that
Okay,
together.
thank you.
I can speak
Yeah, we had
super
the
quickly.
parent night.
Yeah, I can add one little piece, right, that you kind of highlighted at the end around kind of a shift back from test optional for some universities and colleges, right? And we know that might not be the pathway for every student, but we want them to at least have the opportunity to access the college or university that they want to, right? And so really looking for wraparound around the value of that assessment from home, from school, but really clearly defining for students that Unfortunately, the admissions process for college and universities is outside our locus of control, and those transitions sometimes happen year over year, right? So we know MIT, Purdue, for example, both went from test optional, and then the following year, they were then test required. And so knowing that, again, that isn't in our control, really rallying around all students just to say the importance of this. And one of the few perks of the high school summative assessment being a college entrance exam, right, is they have access to it during the school day, and we're really aligned to it. And so leveraging that opportunity as well.
Thank you. And just thanks for all the work, because I think I've said this before, but, the ACT test is not the culmination of just what happens in high school. It's everything building up to that. And so, when you look at some of the other things on this presentation tonight, they're aligned and the curriculum's aligned and the instruction's aligned to all prepare for this one, not all just this assessment, but keeping this in mind as you align things. So thank you for all that.
Courtney? So can I swing back to the instructional materials? So, and I will apologize in advance if this is something that was covered that I was not present for, but the Odell Education High School Literacy Program. That's new to me, and was that brought up somewhere? Was it brought up at Cal? Did I miss it? How do we decide to choose that program? Just, sorry if
No, absolutely. And so part of the work that we've done with the middle school teams when we were evaluating Amplify ELA, and this was a year-long process last year with our literacy steering committee at the middle school level, is that we recognized that Amplify ELA was only up to 8th grade. And so we also engaged in an exploration of what could we do with 8th grade reach. And so during that time, we presented different, and I can definitely provide more of an update and kind of return back to some of that work from last year, but we talked with our 8th grade reach teachers, our school teams, and they were part of the process in evaluating curricular resources that would be appropriate with 9th grade standards, since Amplify ELA was the resource that the middle school teams wanted to adopt. We did know on our radar that we would need to be exploring resources for 8th grade reach.
so were there other programs that were in consideration before this one was chosen?
Yes, the Literacy Steering Committee looked at other resources last year, and this one was ultimately the one that the teams, school and district teams chose.
Okay. And then just as a follow-up, I know that, just from information you guys have provided, that York is looking at new instructional material for both English and social studies for 9th and 10th graders. Do I feel like we're putting I always say the thing wrong, the cart before the horse, if we're asking to buy materials for the 8th grade reach class now, when maybe next year they're going to change their materials, and so that it wouldn't be aligned? Or do you feel like they will align to these materials?
I can answer in two ways. I think the first way is to share.
Whatever's easier for me to understand would be great.
I think the first way to answer it in general is that all of our resources, regardless of if it's, Wit and Wisdom or Amplify ELA or Odell, follow the same approach. So it's a research-aligned approach that is integrated with complex text sets and integrated writing tasks. So that is what we would be looking for, regardless of what grade level. So the approach that's similar for our students and their experiences in elevating the quality and quantity, like the level of text that we're putting in front of our kids and what we're asking them to produce in writing. But the second thing that I'll answer is that we're not at the point at the high school level in our cycle of improvement efforts right now to name what resources that we're looking at. And so what we're currently engaging with is a 5-part series with the high school social studies and English team, leadership team, where we're deepening our own understanding as a York leadership team of the research aligned practices, so that when we do look at materials, we're looking at it through that approach. We have 2 sessions coming up in March where we're deeply analyzing our 9th and 10th grade coursework as it relates to the complexity level of texts and tasks. we are not looking at resources at this point because we're first examining our own resources as it aligns to the resource to identify what gaps there might be. And there may be courses that we don't see that there are gaps, and there might be other courses where we see that there are. So if 9 honors, if that's not an opportunity to make any shifts because we're feeling comfortable with the materials there, it might be at English 9. And so we're just not quite there yet. We're still examining deeply what the resources look like and where the opportunities are. But in terms of what our 9th grade standards as it relates to grade 8, there are some really nice overlaps with Odell 9th grade with Amplify ELA. So for example, there's a Romeo and Juliet unit of study that our 8th grade students are engaging in Amplify ELA that then our REACH grade 8 students are also going to experience. So there's a shared and kind of common learning experience, even though one is addressing a 9th grade standard. So we were looking for a better fit for the experience within the middle school journey for our REACH students. And so if we do or don't decide to use Odell as a resource at high school to write curriculum together, that the approach will still be what we're looking for.
And so I think what I'm hearing from the beginning when you were answering the first way was that the choice for these 8th grade REACH instructional materials won't necessarily change, even if there's a change for the 9th and 10th grade.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for saying it better than I did.
I'm always good at dumbing things down. We all know that. Thank you.
And I also want to just note that at the high school level, you know, high school teachers, this is their craft. This is their area where they go to school. They're English majors. I was an English major, and we own our craft. And so we may use resources and suggest resources at the high school level where we're writing curriculum together. So I don't want us to leave and say, I'm going to come to you with, this is the high school social studies curriculum we're putting forth, or this is the high school English. It may be that we're saying we want to use these supplemental resources as we continue to bolster our current units or rewrite units. So just wanted to make sure I clarified a bit of that approach as well. That's a little bit different at the high school. It's a bit more nuanced in terms of us writing our units as opposed to maybe just a full adoption of something.
And so the only instructional materials that we're putting out for review after this meeting are for 8th grade REACH?
And then 7th and 8th grade social studies as of right
I
now.
was just thinking about
Yep.
the English, but yes, and then the 7th and 8th grade social
And
studies.
as I work more closely with the York team, as we continue to identify opportunities for improvement, if there is something else that's needed for our students, I would bring that forward to you at another time.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Doctor? Doctor?
Okay, I'm going to give Katie a break for a little bit. I was going to ask Dr. Wirtz the question just about the ELL progress to proficiency slide. I don't know if that's. Okay, so this might be, well, my first question is why are the N's so low? Why is the N only 1? One high school, yeah. Oh, that's what that means? No, because N of elementary.
That's correct. Yeah, the N's are there to show that not all of our elementary schools have this measure reported, nor do all
Okay.
of our middle schools. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then can you help me understand again this progress to proficiency? So it's not longitudinal apparently because the elementary numbers are higher. Then can you explain that a little bit better?
Yeah, I can answer, and I may have Katie join in as well because she's
Sorry,
very
Katie.
familiar with our EL data. So the measure is a growth measure over time. It's progress to proficiency. So students begin taking, if they're enrolled as an English language learner in kindergarten in our district, they'll take Access in kindergarten. They won't have a progress to proficiency measure that year because what they have is a score that is their language. Their language acquisition and across the 4 domains of language acquisition. And then in first grade, so based on that kindergarten score, to just use that as an example, the WIDA Access for ELL system and ISB identify targeted of like when that student should exit EL status. And then they back out of that how much progress towards that exit date the student should be making each year. So there's a sort of target score set for them in first grade based on what their kindergarten score is, to simplify the example. And then the students take the score in first grade, and if they meet all of the or exceed all of those goals, they kind of like get a 100 on the score of the test that we can see. They made all of the progress that was sort of expected of them that year. And so if all of our students made all of the progress towards proficiency each year based on this assessment, these numbers would be like a 5, right? So taking all of the different individualized goals of progress to proficiency that students have based on where they start and what the time is till when they should be exiting the EL status, that's how the progress to proficiency measure is created at an individual student level. And then there's an even more complex way that that's kind of aggregated to be this indexed number of a 0 to 5 score.
In short, it's a projection and then if students don't meet that projection, that helps us understand where programming and instructional practices need to be a focus on elevating. And so with our students in dual language at the K-5, we are seeing that that program is working. We're seeing more ELL students at Conrad Fisher than any other elementary school meet their progress to proficiency. So the dual language program is helping us see that the instructional practices and the materials there are working. We're getting 4.1 points out of 5 on the Illinois summative report card. That is what we want to see, right? We want to see 5. We have brought dual language into the middle school space because that is, they call it the Cadillac version of ELL programming. And so we know that we need to elevate 1.9 to a much higher level. And so that one school that is represented there is Churchville Middle School, which is where we now have dual language programming. And so we reflect on these numbers where there are students that are English language learners and they're not meeting their progress to proficiency. The learning and teaching team uses that, again, to better evaluate their programs and materials. And so we have work to do at the middle and high school level. And so as we focus on our time and attention, how are we unpacking how our ELLs are experiencing the 6 to 12 journey, because we are a unit district and we can track that data over time. And so we need to celebrate where we're seeing the success and then continue at elementary and then build on that. But to me, we kind of think about it as a projection. Did kids meet the projected progress in their language acquisition or not, and why?
Anything else?
Beth? Just one quick thing I wanted to reiterate that was already touched on briefly, but just our students for the ACT prep that we know are out there who, you know, do well in day-to-day tasks and their grades and their courses are great, but because of certain things like test anxiety, don't perform as well on tests like the SAT and ACT. And just wondering about efforts that I hope are being made just to pinpoint those students that you would expect would be having a better outcome but are not, and then how we can support those students through those anxieties that they have around test taking. So that was just.
Absolutely. So we'll roll that up when we share more of the wraparound services that we're doing to approach. I will say there's one other session that we're having outside of the students that are the 112 students in the prep courses. We're having what we call like a boot camp for kids that we had targeted that didn't participate in the prep work. And so that will be during the school day. We're going to bring them in for it's kind of a fast 90-minute of like, here's just what the test format looks like, and to kind of start to ease some of that anxiety. But we're doing much more, so I'd love to just be able to bring back to you more of what the York support team and student services are doing to better support students through this transition.
That would be great. And then just one comment about the information Dr. Wirtz gave us about the national data since COVID. I just think it's, you know, we're always looking at our data, we're looking at our comparator districts, and I think this is a really good thing for us to be able to look at across the country and just, you know, the impact that that disruption had for students everywhere and, you know, how we compare, you know, across the board. So thanks for presenting that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more really quick question. It was a lot of information.
For the ACT prep, and I'm sure you went over this, how do you determine who does the ACT prep? Because you were just saying the ones who don't, you target. And I'm sure you said it. Sorry, I just want to.
No, that's great. We'll take it together. So I think, because there's one thing I wanted to add to what, if I can find the right slide again. So here we are. So, because I think this gets to a couple of the questions around here, right? So one thing that we did right after we got the ACT score report, that I did right after getting the ACT score report back, was to build these kind of tables that enable us to drill down to individual students, by individual student, by class section, and then by skill. So those columns you see going across are different areas within math, for instance, algebra or functions. So that enabled us to identify things like, is there a student who's in Calc BC who's really just missing the algebra content because they learned it when they were in middle school, and that's the refresher that they need. So looking at the data this way and getting really organized with our data and providing this to the York team was a really critical first step in doing the identification around which students we need. And Beth, to your question, that's the same sort of process around a kind of an anomaly of a student who's doing very well academically but doing poorly on this assessment. By putting the data out there for our teams to look at, they're able to see those individual students and spot them early. And that was one further reason why we wanted to provide this ACT experience in the fall, is so that those students' first experience sitting down and maybe getting anxious with this exam wasn't when it counts in the spring. So that gets to that. Is this piece yours here? So, oh yeah, and Katie.
So the students that were targeted, the 112 students, there were more that were targeted, 112 are engaging in the current prep course, but it was for students that just missed the benchmark. So kids that scored in the range of 20 to 16. Those were our targeted students, and counselors worked really hard, and the York team worked really hard to work with those students to make sure that they signed up and with their families.
Okay, anything else? No. 59 minutes, just so you guys know. Just kidding. It's a lot of information, a lot to consume. Appreciate the depth provided and all of the responding to, questions and helping us learn and understand. So thank you for that. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Item 8 on our agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to pull from consent? Seeing nothing, can we have a motion for the consent agenda, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel report; B, financial reports; C, FOIA Freedom of Information Act requests; D, appointment of school treasurer and resolution approving surety bond of treasurer; E, approval of IMRF authorized agent; F, donation to York High School softball program; G, donation to Conrad Fisher lunch program; H, bid site improvements at York High School and Churchville Middle School.
I'll second.
Beth will second, thank you. Motion made by Ms. Troutman, second by Ms. Hostler. Can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. We move on to the agenda action items. Item A is the approval of the Edison principle. I think we have a couple people in the audience who've been patiently waiting for this moment.
They have.
Thank you so much.
And I was, concerned, we had one more small, quick question on that last presentation that I thought would send my candidate out of the door. So welcome to Elmhurst, a very engaged community, starting with our Board of Education. Our administrative team launched an inclusive and thorough search to find the next Edison Elementary School principal, with a continuous drive to attract top talent that would ensure continual student growth and success, which was just presented. This rigorous multi-step process began. It included multiple stakeholders. It included community survey, focus groups, and after a very robust candidate application pool, There were 3 applicants that were selected to participate in the final round. This round included a tour of the school and interviewed with 2 groups, one being Edison staff members and the other being the superintendent cabinet, board representatives, as well as parents. Throughout those interviews, the district enlisted engagement from representatives from the district level, school level, and the parent community. The candidates' strengths and areas of growth were considered alongside panelist feedback, community input, as well as a review of various artifacts. After all of that input, conversation, perspective, and opinions were taken into consideration, including reference and background checks. The candidate, Mr. Lawrence Larry Joint, Lawrence, AKA Larry, is being recommended for hire. Throughout the interview process, it was consistently clear that among a pool of highly qualified candidates, the diverse experience and the success that Mr. Joint has had made him the best candidate for this position and aligned perfectly with both the district objectives as well as the community feedback. Mr. Joint comes to District 205 with over 13 years of experience, including a classroom experience as an elementary school teacher, an assistant principal, and interim principal. He has been the assistant principal of the Skokie School in Winnetka School District 36 since 2019, providing leadership in the critical areas of curriculum, instruction, climate, culture, and of course, school operations. Currently serving a high-performing elementary school, he is excited. We are excited for the opportunity to have him join District 205. He comes highly recommended, and so tonight, the Board of Education, I would like to present the candidate, Mr. Lawrence Joint.
Thank you. Can we have a motion, please? Anyone have it up?
I move that the Board of Education approves Mr. Lawrence Joint for hire for the position of Edison Elementary School Principal effective July 1st, 2025, as well as the additional onboarding process outlined.
I'll second.
Can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Assif?
No. Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Mr. Lawrence, or Mr. Joint, sorry.
You came up to the podium a little early. I was a little nervous because if it didn't pass, I don't know what you were, like if you were going to do a turn bow face. Yeah, moonwalk back, but congratulations. Would you like to share a few words with our Board of Education and community?
Yes, please. And thank you so much. And I have thoroughly enjoyed the conversation. That is the work of the board, and it's important work, and thank you for your volunteer efforts. It's a really important role. Thank you so much to the Elmhurst District 205 board, Dr. Campbell, Ms. Leischel, the full administrative team, and the Edison staff and families for trusting me with the important responsibility and opportunity. I am honored to become the next Edison principal. Throughout the interview process, I felt so welcomed by the amazing educators and the community members in District 205. And then when I toured Edison, I knew that's where I wanted to be. And I had this sense of belonging immediately when I walked into the room. The energy that radiated through the halls of Edison, the energy from the staff and the parents. This is a special place, and I'm excited to be joining it. I'm excited to get to know and to partner with the administrative team, Mr. Plascata, Ms. Kasepko, and the Edison staff, students, and community to ensure a smooth transition. I'm eager to learn and grow, I'm eager to help others grow. I'm confident that we will maintain the positive and supportive culture and the academic growth and excellence of Edison Elementary. We will continue to further the district's mission to educate, engage, and empower all students. Thank you so much for your trust and for your support.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joint. Thank you and congratulations again. We're excited to see the impact that you will have on our community and the experience and knowledge that you bring in that will help our students maintain all or reach those goals that you just outlined for us. Thank you so much and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item B on the agenda action items. It's the resolution abating a portion of the tax levied for the year 2024 to pay debt service on the general obligation refunding schools bonds 2013A. We're going to turn it over for a few words. Yep.
Yes. During the January board meeting, Elizabeth Hennessy, Managing Director of Raymond James, she prepared 4 options for consideration. Option 1 is no abatement, and that has taxes on a $500,000 home at $7,418. Option 2 was an abatement, which lowered property taxes by $525,000. That lowered the taxes to $7,393, which was a $25 reduction. Option 3 was $800,000 abatement, lowered it, the taxes $38. And the 4th option abated $1 million, and that lowered the taxes $47. And based on the previous presentation and discussion during the Finance and Operations Committee meeting, administration recommends option 1 of no abatement. This option would be the best course of action considering the projections of lower corporate personal property replacement taxes, lower interest income, lower state transportation reimbursement, coupled with the escalating increases in expenditures due to the historic high inflation, staffing needs, and significant health insurance claims. In addition, the administration is closely monitoring the stability of the district's fund balance in accordance with Board Policy 420 and our 5-year financial projections. The district is committed to remaining fiscally responsible while continuing to deliver a high-quality, comprehensive educational experience for all students. If a decision is made to abate, it could result in a bigger property tax increase next year and a negative impact on the district's fund balance. Also, no abatement this year results in a lower increase next year because of the debt service levy will be slightly lower.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a motion?
Sorry, I'm making sure I'm.
We do the motion first. We do the motion first.
I move that the Board of Education, okay, this is an interesting motion in our agenda. I don't know that that's what we want it to say. Are you reading it right? Yeah. I move that the Board of Education approves a resolution abating a portion of the tax levied for the year 2024 to pay debt services to the general obligation refunding schools bond series 2013A.
I don't know. What did the motion state?
Well, on the agenda, it says we do not approve, and I don't think that's what we want. We're approving a resolution.
We are approving a resolution.
And then deciding how much we're abating. That's why I asked before. Do we have to decide what we want to?
We just want to talk about it publicly now.
Right, so you
So
have
it's
to
just a
have that motion
recommendation.
first. No, you just have to make a motion before we can talk about it. Right.
Are you saying that we need to approve the resolution to abate, even if it's no abate? Is that
Well,
what you're saying, to take out the not?
Well, I read that,
I think the point
The
of
mo,
that is
oh, yeah.
if the decision is not to abate, then it has the not in. But are you saying we don't need that not? I think that's.
Basically, Courtney made the motion that says, I move that the Board of Education approves the resolution abating a portion of the tax heretofore levy of the year.
I left that word.
And so, if we support an abatement, we say yes. If we do not, then we say no. And the recommendation from the administration was to not abate.
That's why it says does
That's
not.
right. The recommendation
Yes,
from the
that is-
administration was to not
summarized?
abate, so the motion was to not abate. And then we
I will
can change
second.
that after dialogue.
Yeah, I will
Go
second the
either
motion.
way, right? We can change it.
I will second the motion.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we'll talk through that after
we'll
we have
talk.
our discussion. So motion made by Mrs. Troutman, second by, no, see?
But it doesn't matter. It can say it this way, and then we can decide that we're going to abate, or we can say it the way I said it, that says we're going to abate, and decide not to abate and change it. It's
Okay,
either way. I mean, it's. Yeah.
it's okay, you're saying? Right. Okay, right, but I thought, okay, okay. So motion made by, so did everybody get that? Is everyone clear? Okay. So motion made by Mrs. Troutman, second by Ms. Caforio. We'll have comments from the board now, and we'll talk about voting later. So now we can discuss. Are there any comments from the board? Seems like there might be a few. Sorry. So anybody want to start? I could start with what I think if you want. Okay, so, with the, I understand that a few years ago, the board, on this annual decision, right, was in a place where we had approved abatement of the, that option to 15.44 million, the 525,000, so the interest on the debt service. And over the course of the last 2 years, the board has supported that abatement. Over the past 2 years, yep, the board has supported that abatement. This would be the third year of this abatement and the final year because that interest then levels off, and that's what we were trying to do in the big picture was take that interest off of the taxpayers' shoulders and keep it flat, that's it. Today, I believe, this is my personal opinion, that we are in a different place financially as a district than we were 2 years ago. And for many of the reasons that were stated in the memo and in the recommendation made by the district administration and our consultant, our forecast projections are not looking the best, the strongest. We have a fund balance going into lower than intended by board policy. The board's policy says we should have a certain percentage in the bank, and our projections are showing us we are below that percentage next school year. For the same reasons, increasing expenditures, decreasing reimbursements from the state, and increasing expenditures like transportation, healthcare has been a big one that we've seen double-digit increases on. When I look at a reimbursement of $25 for this 1 year to the taxpayer, and of course, fiscal responsibility and conservative approach, of course, thinking always about the taxpayer and the amount of ask there is from our district to the community to support all the programs and opportunities for students that have been being developed. I look at that $25 abatement amount per $500,000 household, and I just wonder if that $25 is enough to
potentially continue down this risky path of financial stability and health for our district, given the projections that we've been looking at over the course of the last 3 years. So that's where I'm at on it. Beth?
So when Elizabeth was here last time, we saw the charts that showed how with the abatements we've done the past couple of years and all the other work we've done financially, we've been able to keep that debt service flat and made sure that we don't have, we're not having ebbs and flows for our taxpayers and making their portion of the tax bill unpredictable. So I'm proud of the work that we've done to keep that as flat as possible, and we've come very close to what our goal was. In doing that, this would have been the last year. There was just a little bit more that would bring us down to that flat level. It's hard because I'm not looking at it on the screen, but I hope everybody remembers that presentation. Just reiterating the things we've been talking about a lot at the board table, including rising costs in insurance and transportation. And while we've made historic gains in student growth, there's still a lot of work to do, as outlined in our strategic plan, to make sure that we are providing the most supportive educational experience we can for our students, both academically and culturally and in every way across the board. We know that we still have work to do there, and we're not quite sure yet, while our team is delving into those areas, exactly what we're going to need in order to meet those needs. So for that reason, I think we have to be more conservative in our spending at this time, and I agree with the recommendation not to abate at this time.
Jim?
If somebody could just confirm this, I recall our auditor saying that our revenues exceeded our expenses last year by $7.5 million. Is that correct?
We are in the audit, you're saying we had a
I just remember
surplus?
saying, the auditor saying we had a surplus last year.
I don't believe so, considering the 7 million transfer that we had. I believe the fund balance went down.
And the fund, what is your projection for our cash position and our low cash point of the year this year?
I believe it's 16 million.
16 million, okay. I feel strongly we need to be consistent. The objective here is to keep the debt service payments part of the property tax bill consistent. To next year, those debt service payments level out for the remaining term of the debt. And so for 3 years, we thought, to be fair to our taxpayers, we would make 3 one-time abatements that would make that year's payment consistent with future years. And in this year, that is $525,000, which I believe we can afford. Those downward sloping lines I've watched for 16 years, and I've watched those downward sloping lines in our revenue projections and our cash balance positions, and during 10 of those years, we managed to accumulate a surplus of over $45 million. So I think we can afford this, especially in a year where the Forest Preserve District is going to tack on a referendum-approved tax increase. Our Park District is going to tack on a referendum-approved Park District, or I'm sorry, a referendum-approved tax increase. We can afford this, and we told our taxpayer that this was our intent, but we could only do it 1 year at a time. Let's just be good to our commitment.
Courtney. So I am looking at that chart from Elizabeth's presentation from the last board meeting. And for me, this decision comes down to the debt service extension. And I do remember a few years ago promising the community that we would look at this every single year. And I do remember talking about a 3-year plan to where we got to the point where the debt service would just remain the same, and then we wouldn't have to make this decision every year. This is that 3rd year. We wouldn't have to abate anything in the future years to get us to the same $15,442,000 in debt service moving forward. So for me, balancing, I do agree that there's unknowns about what we will need for our students, but I do want to be mindful about our community members and the impact it has on them. And it might just be $25 to a single family, but it could be more to other families. And I do think we can do this for the last year to maintain that debt services level moving forward. So I would like to abate the $525,060. I think that's what it says. So that's how I feel.
Kara?
Really nothing new to say that hasn't been said. I think, I am a person who tries to be as true to my word as I ever can be, and this is something we put out to the taxpayers, and I feel a great responsibility that they have given us they've just been incredibly generous with us to update our facilities, to, we're purchasing, fantastic materials for our students, providing amazing resources and experiences for our kids. And I realize it may not seem like a lot, but I think that committing to keeping it level, which is what we said we would do, it's important to me that we keep that commitment. And I have looked at the numbers, and I too believe that we can afford to do this and do this, keep our word for the taxpayers. So I agree with abating.
Kelly?
Okay. Not to repeat everything that has already been said, so I won't, but, we know at the moment our expenditures are outpacing our revenues and the concern about the fund balance, and a lot of uncertainty. I also think we should be discussing the uncertainty that we don't know what's going to happen to the Department of Education, the federal Department of Education, and our funding. And while Elmhurst is lucky, we only receive 3% of our revenue from the federal government. That's still $5 million, which is a lot more money than we're currently discussing right now. And that worries me, as that money does support our low income and our special education students. And I don't want us to put ourselves in a situation where we're dependent on those funds to support students and any stipulations that may come in the future to receive those funds. And so for this time, this isn't an easy decision to make. I understand the pressure that our taxpayers are, as a taxpayer myself, with all the referendums that are happening with the Park District in the city. But at this point, my vote would be not to abate.
Thank you. Anything else? No. Okay. So we then go to vote. I just want to be clear because the motion has shifted. The motion is to abate, so, okay, yeah, okay. Right. So we're all good? All right, then can we please call the vote?
I just want to clarify that it's to abate, correct?
It is to abate.
Okay.
So a yes is to abate, a no is not
Perfect.
to abate.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
No.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Assaf?
No.
Dr. Henry?
No.
Mrs. Arvanites?
No. 3 ayes, 4 nays, motion does not pass. Do we then call a next motion? No, that's it? Okay. Thanks. All right, that was Agenda 9. Next up, Superintendent Communications. We're already there. Sorry.
So much exciting things happening at this board meeting. So we have several updates that my team would like to share. First, I'm going to kick it over to Ms. Daniels to share about our kindergarten family night recap.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. On January 28th, we held our second annual Kindergarten Family Information Night. You'll may remember last year we held it here in this space and had absolutely no room. So we moved it this year to York High School and had it in the newly renovated auditorium. It was a great turnout. We had a lot of brand new D205 families. We had great support from our PTAs and other parent organizations. And that same night, registration for the 25-26 school year opened. We are excited that night to welcome families from the class of 2038 to D205 and look forward to welcoming them to their journey of excellence in D205. I will share that for any family who was not able to attend, we do also have recordings of each of the sections of the presentation that was shared that night. We have created a playlist on our YouTube page, so if you don't want to watch the entire presentation, do not worry, you do not have to. You can go to each particular section as whatever section you want to go to learn about for registration. So that is available on our YouTube page now.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Also, next, we want to just give a little brief highlight about our middle school solo and ensemble festival. I, as a parent, experienced this, and it was absolutely amazing. Ms. Lyons, you want to share a little bit about that event?
Sure. So we, like Dr. Campbell said, on Saturday, our 4th to 8th grade instrumental music team hosted our annual middle school solo and ensemble festival at Bryan Middle School. We had 413 middle school band and orchestra students across all 3 of our middle schools had the opportunity to perform a prepared solo on their instrument and receive both written and verbal feedback from a professional musician or a music educator. And over the next few weeks, D205 educators will use this feedback and discuss this individually with students and use it to inform instruction and practice.
Thank you so much. Summer programs, we are off. And really, really excited to share that our summer programs open registration is well underway. Ms. Lyons, are you going to share a little bit about that?
Sure. So on February 14th, we sent nearly 300 invitations, Dr. Rubenstein and his team, for extended school year to students receiving special education services. And additionally, the York Academic Summer School Program saw an incredible response with 434 initial course enrollment requests. Additionally, summer acceleration invitations were sent on February 19th to 700 students in kindergarten through 7th grade. Students were selected based on a combination of MAP and IAR scores, report card grades, and intervention enrollment status. And we are excited to support their continued learning. The fun does not stop on Monday, February 24th, which this past Monday, and February 24th at 8 a.m. Yesterday, what day is it? Registration opened for all, it's a busy week. It's a very busy week. Registration opened for all remaining open enrollment summer programs, including academic exploratory, athletics, and fine arts. And we are thrilled to welcome students into these engaging programs and look forward to another summer full of discovery, creativity, and connection.
Excellent. And our last superintendent highlight, 5 essentials. Ms. Leischel?
Sure. So our annual 5 Essentials survey is now open until March 28th. This survey is intended for families, staff, and students to share their experience about what makes school and their particular school great and opportunities for growth. If you're wondering why you should take time to take this survey, it is utilized for our school improvement planning, and we look at district-wide trends and building-based trends to really set goals for the upcoming year. And so we want to make sure we have a true representation of all voices in the community. The survey is based on the 5 Essentials for School Success, which is an evidence-based framework developed by the University of Chicago. And so the 5 Essentials are factors that can lead to important student outcomes, improved attendance, and larger test score gains. And you'll see those on the screen as effective leaders, collaborative teachers, involved families, supportive environment, and ambitious instruction. Families can be on the lookout for communication around 5 Essentials and making sure you make time to give us that valuable feedback in school-based newsletters and also district-wide communication.
Thank you, and kick it over to Ms. Tanya Daniels for, I'm sorry, that concludes the D205 highlights. Ms. Tanya Daniels with our communication highlight.
Sure. I'm excited to share a portion of the recent Hall Pass video that Dr. Campbell did with a teacher at Fisher Elementary School. I'm going to mispronounce her last name. I'm staring at this thinking I know how to pronounce it, and I'm not going to. Angela Bilancha? Yes, yes. Okay, cool. So she talked with her. There was an incredible amount of amazing content that this teacher shared. And so this particular hall pass is a lot longer than a normal hall pass, but it was too much to not put in there. So I'm having it start about halfway through this evening because I don't know that we have time to sit for a full 8-minute, almost 9-minute video. So we're gonna have a couple minutes from her talking about what she sees in growth from students from the beginning of the year and how that reflects in the classroom.
So how have you seen progress? The progress of your students just already in this particular school year from the start to now?
Oh my gosh, and I think as educators, the growth that's the most rewarding part of this job. And when we started the year, students are very hesitant with using both languages. You see that hesitation, but once you create that safe environment, that safe space for them, is like we're all learning 2 languages here, and you guys are learning math, some of you, in your second language. You're learning, like for our dominant Spanish speakers, foundations, and when we create that safe space, I've seen my students grow so much. They're asking more thoughtful questions. They're digging into these rigorous texts that were, at the beginning of the year, I was giving them these texts, and you could see that they were overwhelmed. They're like, what's on this page? And, now I see them, and they're taking risks, and they're engaging with the content, and they're using the vocabulary that we're teaching them. And it's just, I've seen so much growth in their confidence and also in social interactions. Sometimes you see naturally, like, your dominant Spanish speakers will stick with each other, your dominant English, but I've seen them, the social interactions I've seen is just incredible. I have a newcomer, she was new last year from Guatemala, and she still is working on her English, and so one of my dominant English speakers, I've seen her, specializes in English, and when I'm giving English instruction, I see her translating and helping her. And I think this student didn't realize how much Spanish she actually knew, and so we see it's working. And I've seen so much growth, and it's just incredible.
Yeah. It is. It is. Just to hear you talk about it, it's bringing and drawing our community into this special space. I think, we talk in a lot, particularly I share a lot at the board table and talk with our board and our community about the importance of continuous improvement and growth. You mentioned that's one of the things that we look forward to, seeing the growth in our students. I can say that I look forward to seeing the continued growth in our staff. And so you've mentioned a little bit about the rigor and the high expectations that have been set. How have you been supported in helping your growth and your development to then translate to create this amazing experience for our students? What kind of support has the district specifically provided, and how have you come along in this work?
So I've been here since the dual language program started here at Fisher, and I've had the opportunity since the very beginning when they decided to bring dual language here to Elmhurst. We got to work with different consultants, professionals in the field. We were provided with different professional development opportunities and to learn about dual language instruction and best strategies for English learners and second language learners. And so we've had so many opportunities, and I think here at Fisher and within the district, collaboration is so important. So we've had these opportunities to collaborate with professionals in the field of dual language education and with other dual language educators, which are also experts in this field, and PLCs, institute days.
So what are PLCs, just for some of our members that might not know the edge you speak?
Professional Learning Community, or
Okay.
PLC. It's a time where we get together with our grade level team and sometimes an instructional coach. Sometimes administration is there. And we dive deep into data. We look at the data. How do we see our kids growing, whether it's in math or literacy, and we dive deep and we're like, what do we notice? What are the trends we're noticing with the data with our students? And then we collaborate together to what strategies are working, what can we change, what can we do to continue to support the growth of our students with language development and also across content areas. So we've had a lot of opportunities to collaborate during PLCs, late starts as well. And one thing I will say, since being here at District 205, is developing and revising, in a process. And what I will say is anytime we needed something, resources, materials, books, it was there for us. And so that has made a big difference developing and revising this dual language curriculum. So.
Communication?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
And communication highlights.
And communication highlights, thanks. On to board communications. I know we have 2 updates. Kelly, go ahead.
Yes, I have an update. The Elmhurst District 205 School Board is continuously exploring ways to connect with our community and enhance communication. As part of this effort, we are excited to introduce our official Elmhurst District 205 School Board social media accounts. This initiative stems from discussions at our board retreat, where we examined ways to further engage with our community and create additional channels for transparency and accessibility. It was developed in cooperation with our communications department and incorporates input from the full board. Beginning in March, the Elmhurst District 205 School Board will launch official Instagram and Facebook pages. These platforms will provide updates on board activities, committee work, and key initiatives, allowing the communities to stay informed of the board's work and priorities, and to see how we are continuously working to support our schools and community. We hope you will follow us at Elmhurst 205 Board of Education on Instagram and Facebook to stay connected and informed. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other items? I do have one. Okay, so I would like to take a moment to update the board and our community on where we are in conducting our external third-party audit. The board, in partnership with our attorney, has partnered with an audit firm to conduct a potential multiple-phase analysis of our financial systems, which may take a few months. The board will update our community at future board meetings. Thank you for that. Anything else from the board? Okay. We are then upcoming board meetings. We have a board meeting on March 5th, 2025, which is a Finance and Operations Committee meeting at 5:30 p.m. here at District Office. We also have a regular Board of Education meeting on March 18th at 7 p.m. here at District Office. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it the 6th? Edit. Finance and Operation Committee meeting is on March 6th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. here at District Office. We will update our agenda and public-facing meetings. Before we adjourn, the board is going to move back into closed session for items that were listed on the agenda. The board does not plan to take any action after our closed session meeting, so we will disband from closed session. Can we have a motion to go back into closed session?
Move back into closed sessions for the items previously listed on the agenda.
Great, and I'll second. So motion made by Mrs. Troutman, second by Ms. Arvanites. Can we call the roll? Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites? Yes. Mr. Collins?
Sure.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio? Yes. Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. This meeting is adjourned.